Okay. Can we begin? Can we begin? So, welcome. There seems to be an echo. So it's okay? Yeah. People shouldn't assume that I love the sound of my own voice. I have to be heard twice. Please welcome back. I hope you had a restful night. Welcome to the thematic session for the evolution of science systems as a prerequisite for the 6 transitions. My name is Chaganeza Mavunga. I'm simply here to moderate. Our first speaker is Professor Gretchen Kalonji. Oh, yeah, the first one. Yeah, no, the sequence is a bit different here. Okay. Oh, yes. The keynote, we'll first get a keynote from Dr. Vanessa McBride, Science Director, the International Science Council.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Just to set the scene, maybe for a minute, we can imagine ourselves a decade or two into the future. So we're well on the way to achieving the 6 transitions towards sustainable development. And it's a world where there's sufficient quantity of food, a good variety of nutrients for all, produced with a low carbon footprint. It provides life as well as sustainable livelihoods. Our reliance on fossil fuels is greatly diminished. We've probably achieved this through improvements in energy efficiencies, through improvements to the grid, through locally generated green energy. Our societies are diverse, but with adequate and accessible healthcare, access to quality education, and care for the most vulnerable among us. Our natural resources are on the way to being respectfully managed within and across borders. So in a world like this, what would a science and technology system look like that shaped it? I think we're privileged to be here today because we have the opportunity to design and shape a system like this for the future. And what is a science system itself? I think there have been many definitions floating around over the last day, but for the purpose of this session, I see it as the many interconnected systems that allow scientific knowledge production, the dissemination of that, and the implementation towards sustainable development. It might be a mixture of formal systems, including national funders and research agencies, and less formal systems, like local or international scientific collaborations. It could be spread across multiple sectors, from higher education and industry, and of course across private sector players and publicly funded institutions. So today let's look at 3 broad themes. They're not comprehensive, but they're an idea in which we could shape what such a science system might look like. The first of those themes is a new model for actionable science. In our vision for the future, the science system encourages and rewards researchers for stepping out of their ivory towers. A system like this allows scientists to ask the right questions, those questions that will help us make inroads towards solving these intractable multidimensional issues. But at the same time, other parts of the science system adjust to accommodate research on these intractable problems. Collaborations between funders, philanthropic, national, and others become commonplace. Participatory structures of research become the way things are done, involving society and policymakers at the outset and the design phase. Funding horizons are extended to accommodate the need for buy-in from these wide varieties of communities and the co-designing of the research questions themselves. There's a clear pathway from design through the knowledge generation to the implementation, and actionable science is realized. The second theme that I think we should talk about is around the dissemination of scientific knowledge and the measures of quality. In our future science system, researchers are assessed and rewarded on criteria much broader than just the number of peer-reviewed articles and the status of the journals in which those are published. Young researchers at the start of their careers participate in these long-term actionable science projects, an extended co-design phase, and high potentials of impact. They're not worried about the hamster wheel of publications and citations, nor are they driven entirely by the necessity to find their next research job. They become embedded in the production of actionable science. Researchers disseminate their knowledge through mechanisms that are accessible at both the supply and demand side. There may be costs involved, but the costs are regulated, and the governance of these dissemination mechanisms are undertaken by the scientific community themselves. With a trusted and rigorous network of vehicles for dissemination of research findings, the demand for predatory journals wanes. And this in turn leads to framing our third category, or our third theme, which is equitable participation in science. Fair and equitable access to scientific content is standard in this vision. Access to and participation in the scientific endeavor is possible from all societies in all parts of the world. New technologies are used to index and translate research, and this realizes in practice the right to science that is a fundamental human right. Entrepreneurs and cooperatives are working with scientists and engineers with a permeable interface between science and technology in the private and public sectors. We have reached gender parity at all levels of seniority within the science system. Knowledge production is distributed across the globe with strong networks of collaboration through the scientific community. So thank you for indulging me. And with those themes as framing, I look forward to discussing with you how we can create the science system, which will enable science, technology, and innovation for a better world. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, for natural sciences at UNESCO.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm happy to see you all here today. So Vanessa's just gone over very well how the science systems are really systems of systems. So I won't elaborate on that too much right now. But basically, to optimize the performance of a system of systems, you need to have effective subsystems, but you also have to have effective interactions between the various components of the system. I'm only going to talk about one component of our science systems, and that's our higher education systems. And why? Well, first of all, I think that our higher education systems, when they are working well, are the most powerful force for change in our societies and the most powerful force for sustainable development. But ironically, our higher education systems are also probably the component of our system of systems that are the most resistant to change. But change is really essential. I mean, we're in a desperate situation now, and we're just not doing a very good job worldwide. I'm not pinpointing any particular country or region, but we need to do a much, much better job in our higher education system. So to do so, I'd like to talk first about a plan. You have to have an effective higher education system at the national level. Is not just the sum of individually excellent institutions. It has to be designed to promote not only excellence in research and education, but equity and access, and being able to move through various stages of the system as our young folks, mature and they have different goals. So combining the research excellence and equity and access is critical in any national higher education system. I'm just going to mention one very briefly, not to be too US centric, but the California Master Plan for Higher Education was really a work of genius. And I worked for 5 years in the system headquarters on international strategy for the 10 campus system, and also on enhancing the research for the 10 campus system. And the reason the California Master Plan was so great is because it had these elements with the community colleges, Cal State system, and the University of California system. And there's quite a lot of scholarly research which shows that the University of California actually built California, right? So it's an example of a higher education system that's well designed for economic development, for creativity, for human well-being, et cetera, and turned California into what would be the world's 5th biggest economy if it were a separate country. So I want to also echo in terms of system design, a remark made by Professor Mahunga yesterday when he said, you know, it would be wise not to focus on rewarding individual institutions with funding, but rather to have collectives of institutions from diverse natures coming together on a common theme to encourage, to incentivize collaborations among the institutions that are part of the system. And I would love to elaborate on that if there are more questions. So let's move now then to the transformation of our institutions, our universities. What kind of changes are needed in our research and education models? So one of the central challenges we see in our research universities worldwide, any country in the world, is that there is a huge bifurcation between the research agenda and the educational agenda. So particularly when we talk about international collaborations. And so that really hampers the quality of our work. So what I've been focusing on with many colleagues around the world is, can we move to multinational project-based modes in which, you know, the existing curriculum, the existing lecture model is largely thrown out the window. And we have students starting from freshman year, not just PhD students, working on concrete projects in multinational teams, in multidisciplinary teams, and with multiple sectors of society. So it becomes a much more concrete focus, and works well with the 6 transitions, actually, to tell you the truth. You can pick those apart and choose parts of them. But what kind of characteristics of these projects would be needed? Well, if they're multinational, which is highly desirable, because all of our challenges that are meaningful are essentially multinational challenges, we share them across national borders. The kind of projects they need to focus on developing the leadership capacity of youth and youth organizations. And again, I could give examples later. The importance of working with local communities was stressed often during yesterday's talks. Local communities, local governments, private sector, etc. So at the one hand, we have to have a very strong local focus, but on the other hand, we should have international collaborations. So common local challenges that we share across national boundaries can very well serve as the foci for these kinds of collaborations. Some other characteristics of these kind of collaborations is that it's very desirable to look at transboundary issues, particularly in the question of transboundary issues in science for peace. Because the word peace didn't come up at all yesterday, but I think we have, as scientists, we have a big role to play there. We can do a better job in linking with the UN and its various agencies and programs. I mean, there's a lot out there that we can work with. I mean, in UNESCO, I think the most powerful one is the International Hydrological Program with, you know, national committees in 169 member states, UNESCO chairs, UNESCO centers. We can rely on these UN bodies and concrete intergovernmental programs to a greater degree. Another element is that we need to establish mechanisms in which the scientific community and the governmental agencies and the international programs and the civil society actually work together on the design and implementation of flagship programs. The one that I'm most closely, The one that I'm most closely involved with is called HELP, the High Level Experts and Leaders Panel on Water and Disasters, which we actually meet physically together, and it has a lot of wonderful examples. So this is all a little bit abstract, but just with 30 seconds. So one example of the project through HELP is like urban water resilience, where we have cities around the world working on the local, particularly flooding, and the students and faculty teams sharing the information of how these issues play out in the various different cities. So in summary, our students have an amazing passion, amazing creativity. We just need to unleash their potential to a greater degree. And also the local communities have a lot of wisdom and experience that we're not utilizing effectively. So we need to rethink the processes of how to maximize the effectiveness of our systems with a very strong emphasis on higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta.
Start.
I must underscore the importance of student faculty teams among other formations that could unleash what Vanessa talked about. Our next speaker is Homoto Machila. It's Homoto Machila. Now, tell me, did I get your name correctly? And also, what is your actual designation? Because it's not senior policy analyst.
Thank you. My name is, yes, you got it right. Homoto Machila is a Miss, not a Mister. And my designation is Chief Director, Science and Technology Investment at the Department of Science and Innovation, South Africa. Can I get my slides to be loaded? I've been trying to do action science before I start my speak. Action science. Is it fine? I'm connected. He just need to show. But it's not showing on the screen. That's what I mean. It's showing on my screen, but not on the screen. Yeah, it is in the screen. Maybe. Can I start? So I'm speaking from a national perspective from South Africa, and also I'll touch on the original support that I believe we need, and touch a little bit on the budgeting, financing part of it, and the M&E, which is the measurements. So in South Africa, we have what we call the National Development Plan, which actually entrenched the STI priorities. However, through extensive reviews that were done, ministerial reviews and other reviews that were done on the performance of the NSI, it was realized that as much as the 1996 white paper on STI was adopted, nothing much moved in terms of impacting what matters, which is the people of South Africa. Yes, we have pocket of excellence that has actually shown progress. However, the impact on the people was actually not evidence. Hence, we went in to develop what we call the new white paper, 2019 white paper on STI, as well as the implementation plan of the white paper, which we termed the decadal plan. And it is through this decadal plan that the vision was to address South African developmental challenges to a more prosperous inclusivity of the society. And it is the decadal plan that actually assesses that SA should ensure that people are not left behind as society and economy becomes more technologically driven. And it is within that plan that the STI has a fundamental role in achieving the SDGs. And we also recognize that we are not alone, but we are working with the African continent, and we need to make sure that the continental integration is fully explored. And again, it is through this decadal plan that several governance structures were actually proposed to implement the decadal plan. One of those that I'm gonna really hone on is the Science and Innovation Committee, Interministerial Committee, which is set by various ministers of various departments responsible for science, that has science and technology element, and is chaired by our Minister of Science and Technology. And then we also have a very important structure that was also formed, which is a Science and Innovation Presidential Plenary, which is chaired by our president, and that is attended by the government, the business sector, the academia, and the civil society, which makes sure that everyone is included in the science agenda, even when we are developing the policies and implementing the policies. And it is also through this decadal plan that we had what we call the budget coordination mechanism that was proposed in order to manage funding for science and technology within the public sector. And the priorities that were forged in the decadal plan also honed into societal grand challenges to deal with education, skills of the future of society, as well as the climate change. And just maybe to go in terms of the financing, the budgeting component of it, the proposal that was done, which is the STI budget coordination mechanism, was proposed and adopted by this IMC that I've mentioned before, and the presidential plenary. So it was adopted at that high level. and driven at that strategic level. So its aim is to really improve the productivity and competitiveness of key sectors by making sure the departments within government, whether national or provincial, local municipality, set aside a certain percentage for funding STI. And this was realized because we realized that sometimes money is there within these departments, but it's not used for its intended purpose. Hence, we are proposing to ring fence this funding, particularly for STI. And we are also we have actually proposed a mechanism to measure how are these departments implementing this funding through integrating the STI priorities into the bigger planning and budgeting government instruments of South Africa. And then we're assessing them through the annual performance plans and following the money, whether this was used for science and technology. So this is a new mechanism that was endorsed. I know we do talk about R&D tax incentives, innovation funds, and other funding mechanisms that we all are aware of, but I thought let me hone into this one as a new mechanism that has been proposed to support other funding mechanisms. And really this is to help us to reach the debt to GDP target that we are actually also falling behind as many other countries, and to make sure that the R&D interventions are managed purposefully and for intended purposes, rather than reprioritized as other priorities come by. Now stepping into the measurements context now. For us to be able to reach the developmental agenda, we need to think beyond R&D and innovation surveys. I mean, we are using the various global measurements to do that, and some of the countries are able to do this, but I can assure you that most of the member states within SADC are still not able to do this minimal surveys that are required in terms of the OECD. However, we need to do more. Now, so we are understanding that the measurement challenges are evolving, and 1950s were faced with understanding how to invest in science, which is the input side, but now we need to address current and future societal and environmental economic challenges, so in order for us to be able to address the current measurement challenges. And we are proposing a transformative innovation policy concept to be able to measure the impact in terms of the SDGs. And there are three frames that we are proposing, that not look into the R&D and innovation survey in terms of economic growth, but also look into how that those surveys are helping us to reach and confront environmental and societal challenges, as well as quality of life. And I must say that other methodologies that have been employed is participatory methods, engaged policy experiments, as well as mapping and aligning our indicators to different developmental challenges in terms of public health, when I'm done. Okay, and other challenges. And this is just an example of how we did an innovation in the informal sector in South Africa, and how we use the LIPS approach to do better measurements to see how to impact on the people on the ground. And then just one more example is the use of how to use measurements to see how we are improving in terms of SDGs, is the use of the food security in terms of the SDG priority, and then how we make sure that this must be entrenched in terms of our policies, and then we must make sure that we map out the entire food system, not just part of it, and make sure that we analyze the priorities as per the white paper, and make sure that once we are done, we assess available data set in terms of dimensions, and this can be able to give us what else we can be able to measure, which is different from our normal surveys of R&D and innovation. And this was just a European example that I wanted to say, that we also need to look into impact stories, social networks analysis, interactive activity as well. And then the lesson that we have learned from this European country is that this task is actually messy and complex, but we need to learn by doing and then take our context into consideration. And lastly, I would like to conclude in terms of our regional support. We believe that the regional networks and mechanism for promoting multi-stakeholder approach that was launched in May 2023 during the UN Africa Day should be continued and supported. And then lastly, in terms of STI measurements, we actually are proposing a SADC Center of Excellence for STI measurements in order to deal with various challenges that we face in the measurements. So, thank you so much.
a Agra flagship program coordinator and senior advisor at the Ministry of Agriculture in Addis Ababa.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Asfar, can you hear me? Yeah. My great apologies for not joining physically due to a traffic jam. I'm not able to come in. Rather, I'm forced to stay somewhere and join you virtually. Apologies again. And many thanks for Ise and Unidesa for giving me this opportunity and to reflect my views on the systemic inequalities in science, particularly in the context of Africa, and what would be strengthened in the future. Before I try to state or list the systemic inequalities and their associated reasons, I think I'd be happy first to appreciate the ongoing efforts of UNDESA and DSA in making and harnessing science and accelerating SDGs through STI. There are various initiatives, collaborative efforts that has been going on for both here in Ethiopia and the continent, which I'm a witness that I have participated in the last 5 continuous years. But there exist still several gaps that we need to assist the science ecosystems or the national research and innovation landscapes in Ethiopia particularly. As you all know, there are several reasons for us as an Ethiopian or as African why we are lagging behind in science and technology or in research and innovation. And most are associated with human-made reasons. Of course, there are several natural-made crises. But the little focus given by the government, particularly in Ethiopia and Africa, to science or research and innovation has dragged us from the global scientific community. Most African countries allocate little science financing or STI financing. And the typical example for Ethiopia, we are currently at 0.27% of our GDP, which is allocated for research. And that means far beyond the commitment made as Ethiopia as a member country of Africa. We are still far behind from the promised 1% budget allocation for research and innovation. And we have also a very poor science data repository system, which will hinder us in following the recent traditions, developments in science and technology and in artificial intelligences. And as you all know, I strongly agree with what was stated in the context of African universities. You all know that African universities are traditionally categorized as comprehensive universities with little differentiation in research or in vocational or in TVETs. And we have also very limited entrepreneurial approach, and most are focusing on theoretical aspects and with little human power with actionable research. And we have a very poor linkage system, very poor linkage among university, industry, and research institutions or industries. And we are also focusing on curricula that has been developed long time ago, some of which are during colonization. So we need to adapt ourselves and make science progress in Africa. And that will be, I think, one of the challenges that we have faced. And there's very little South-South collaboration. A typical example, instead of collaborating within African universities, we always intend to collaborate with European or global universities. I'm not criticizing the collaborations that we intend to have with developed nations, but there is a lot also that we can share and collaborate among us within Africa. And the tradition seems very, very poor. There are, of course, several reasons that led us to inequalities in science at global level, particularly the South-North collaborations, main agendas or priority areas are mainly derived or come from the developed nations. And hence, it gives very little attention to agendas that are to be prioritized from the developing nation point of view. And there is limited demand-driven, honestly speaking, demand-driven science collaborations and science funding initiatives. And a typical example in Ethiopia, we have, for example, more than 57 public universities, most of whom are mainly focusing on teaching theoretical classes with little international collaborations in research funding. Of course, I have to appreciate the ongoing support by Horizon Europe and the European delegation to the African Union, where they are making enormous efforts in providing scholarship, making networking, staff exchange, and funding opportunities. But we still need more type of Horizon Europes from other developed nations so that we can make science more stronger in the Ethiopian or African context. And we have limited support in strengthening, honestly speaking, in evidence-based SDG reporting and data sharing platforms. In Ethiopian context, everyone is asking for data, and no one is archiving data, no one is analyzing data, no one is sharing data. Rather, we are asking. So there is a need to provide a strong capacity building in data archival or STI data repository system so that we can make our own efforts available both for us or the global community. And the ongoing initiatives by UNDESA in making African universities or shifting from comprehensive to entrepreneurial university has to be also appreciated. And that initiation has to be, of course, endorsed by policymakers at African level. And we need to move from the traditional comprehensive universities to entrepreneurial universities. That is the way that we can utilize the ongoing dynamic youth efforts. Youth and women have so many creativities. They have to be supported if we move our universities from conventional or traditional universities to entrepreneurial universities. In summary, I think science could be a very good way of achieving our ongoing challenge in political, social, economic, or environment. And it is strongly emphasized that science could be an accelerator to achieve the SDGs and the continental agenda as well as for national agenda. So I think to avoid these inequalities, I would recommend to continue support by UNDESA, UNECA, and other UN agencies or development partners and donor agencies to support the national STI initiatives. For example, in Ethiopia, we have a new STI policy thanks to UNCTAD. They reviewed and they recommend that our STI policy has to be revised and the new has to be aligned to the African we want and the SDGs, and we have done that. But there is little effort. Although Ethiopia is one of the 6 pilot countries prioritized by the UN, we still are not getting, honestly speaking, the support that we are expecting. So we need to collaborate and make sure this new STI policy is helping the stakeholders among different ministry lines, universities, research institutes. And for that, I think networking and collaboration with research and scientific institutions, as well as support from UN agencies or other government partners would be much appreciated. And the capacity strength initiative in science is still a big demand. We have, as I've said, a new STI policy, but little addressed or communicated to stakeholders. And we very much appreciate if we need to have a support in that line so that we can cascade and implement the STI policy properly according to this timeline. Finally, I would encourage our strong South-South collaboration and the demand-driven South-North collaboration would be much appreciated with a focus on agendas from African context. And that is all from what I have. Thank you. Back to you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Solomon Benar Delay. I am sorry I mixed things. Dr. Solomon is with AGRA flagship program and is the senior advisor at the Ministry of Agriculture in Ethiopia. Now, I will reintroduce Ms. Adam Blen Bedro, who is Policy Assistant for Research and Innovation in the EU delegation to the African Union. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Mafunga. Thank you for the introduction, and I will try to shortly describe what the EU is doing around the question of how might we effectively engage international scientific organizations, Global North and Global South collaboratively in the STI roadmap process. I will refer to some programs and initiatives that we have underway to address the gaps that we have identified. So the first one is the revision to the traditional funding mechanisms that we have in place. There's a need to ensure that our funding mechanisms are inclusive, ensure better access for researchers and institutions in under-resourced areas. This has involved establishing co-funding mechanisms establishing region-specific grants or increasing investments in capacity building programs to ensure long-term partnership projects. So the EU holds several co-funded programs with Africa, the European and developing countries clinical trials partnership, and the partnership on climate change and sustainable energy, which has spanned several decades at this point, and ensures that governments of African nations and also European nations are co-funding instruments and come with their own research funding, as well as based on the policies that have been identified for their specific research and innovation policies. This ensures that the hard-to-reach areas by international institutions and NGOs are addressed by national authorities themselves. It's important to ensure that the first responsibilities always lie with national institutions, national authorities. The second one is establishing collaborative research. The EU has moved away from top-down approach where the EU sets the research agendas. So in order to address this, we have several policy dialogues in different areas. We have a dialogue on HLPD, the high-level policy dialogue between the African Union, European Union, and also our member states on science, technology, and innovation. It was established in 2010. This is where both Africa and Europe come together and establish the research priorities and to establish the policy framework of our cooperation for 7 or 10 years. The third one is to adjust the criteria that we use for international collaboration on research. Which has been made to reflect the diverse context and needs of all participants. Instead of relying on the traditional metrics such as scientific publications or citations, evaluations have been made to incorporate social impact, knowledge sharing, and capacity building. A key example of this is the partnership on food and nutrition security and sustainable agriculture, whereby instead of focusing on publications or patents, the partnership evaluates projects, how well they address local challenges, such as improving agricultural productivity and resilience to climate change. It would be also very important to refer to the various and extensive funding that the European Union provides in capacity building. We have the European Research Council, which offers grants to researchers from all over the world and also for African countries to develop frontier and research. We have the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, which support researchers at different career stages, ensuring mobility and fostering talent in a collaborative environment. So these initiatives create a pipeline to nurture international dialogue on research partnerships and contribute to a long-term and sustainable collaboration. Lastly, I wish to underline the need to reduce fragmentation. We have several initiatives that are running under different international organizations, national partners, NGOs, which target the same set of group of people and which try to address the same gaps and needs. So there's always a need to have a constant dialogue. So there's a way to lessen wasting of resources, wasting of talent, and also the time that's needed to create these partnerships, which are meaningful, and it should be inclusive. And it would be remiss of me if I were not to highlight the importance of AI in building the bridge between the global south and the global north. AI is a tool that can provide the tool for the global south to leapfrog to a stage where it might stand well equipped for this evolving world. Thank you very much, Professor Mahou.
Wonderful. Now we turn to the two lead discussants. First one is Ms. Nancy Wangari, Projects Development Engineer at CSI Energy Group in Mauritius. Is Nancy here? No? Not online either? Okay, perhaps, well, if that turns out to be different, we'll always accommodate. So let's turn to Professor Mariana Povic, Ethiopian Space Science and Technology Institute, the inaugural laureate of the Nature STI4SDGs Inspiring Science Award. The floor is yours. Oh, that's you. Oh, good.
Okay, great. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with all of you. So I will comment on 2 points related with, with 2 questions. Systematic inequalities, and then in particular, how we can promote better the equity to the among the groups that are currently underrepresented. And my intervention will be from the side of academia, working as a professor researcher in both Africa, Europe for the past 15, 20 years. So I actually have 6 main, in my opinion, systematic inequalities that I would like to raise, but within the time, we'll see where, up to which point I will manage to get. So the first point that I would like to raise as important systemic inequality is the global perception of science for development and then for achieving sustainable development goals. And this global perception that we have, what are the fields that should be prioritized, how the science contributes to the development. I will give the example that is close to me. So as an astronomer working in Ethiopia already for a number of years, the most common question that I'm getting is what an astrophysicist is doing in Ethiopia, and then what Ethiopia as a country is doing in investing in astronomy or in space science. So basically with that, we can really see that there is a lack of awareness that having astronomy as a cutting edge science, space sciences as being fundamental for the development and being in our daily life implemented, it's still questioned as a tool for development. So basically we really do need more awareness on all possible levels regarding the benefit of all science, contribution of all science fields to the development, and then considering both short and long terms. And having that problem with the global perception and the either conscious, unconscious biases that are still there also brings to all the systemic problems and inequalities that are there regarding funding. That is the second point that I would like to highlight. So we definitely have all the inequalities on the national levels, as was given as an example by Dr. Solomon, but then also regarding the international funding. So very often from the global south, we are actually trying to fulfill the agenda of the donors and not necessarily what the needs are. So this is something that I hope will be discussed more in the next session, where we really do need, in terms of the recommendations, more flexible models and structures for funding, more inclusive models, broad models that are including all fields of science and not only some particular fields, focusing on, again, short but also long-term benefits. So the first 2 points also bring the systemic inequalities regarding the human resources. So basically between the global south, global north, and then low and high income countries as well. So that means in terms of the lack of human resources, and then the overload of the qualified people that are there working in science. So we are easily finding the problems with scientists being at universities, research centers, working in low-income countries, global south being overloaded with research, with teaching, with administration issues, management, and so on. And that then brings a lot of different difficulties and also brings to the fourth point that I would like to highlight, which is systemic inequalities in the quality of the performed science activities and then the efficiency. But in the same time, in the metrics that we are using to measure these equalities, I mean to measure the quality and efficiency. So in that aspect, we really do need more diverse and inclusive metrics that will actually be better adapted to the reality between global north and south. The fifth point is the still unequal access to the infrastructure, to the data access, and then also to the communication of science. And with the open science, we actually improved that a lot. So now with the open data, we can really do science in even from countries that also don't have much funding for infrastructure development. But it is still not enough when we do need to actually publish our data. I mean, it's not enough because the open science is still not equally distributed among all science fields. And there is still a lot to be done, but then also it the problem comes when we have to publish our science and research, where very often due to the high publication fees, we are not able to publish in the first class and Q1 journals, and we are by default obliged to publish actually in second or third class journals. And the final point that I would like to stress is now all the previous 5 points, how they are affecting in particular underrepresented groups, including women, minorities, but also including colleagues, students that are working, living in conflict and crisis affected areas. So we really do need, when we come up with the next policy to include, to bring the special focus on these groups, focusing in particular on the more data and research to be done so that we can really see what are the needs, creating more stable positions and more permanent positions for the underrepresented groups, adapting metrics and then CV evaluations, so taking into account all different conditions that are there, including for women, maternity leave, family duties, and so on. Strengthen the particular support for care of dependent members, but then also on the needs in particular of the people working, living in conflict-affected areas, post-conflict affected areas, and crisis-affected areas. Strengthen particular scholarships, funding for mobility as well. The double-blind methods in all the evaluations, reducing the conscious and unconscious biases, and then also the committees, the hiring committees, other committees that are more gender balanced and then that are more diverse as well in terms of other aspects. So these 6 points are the principal points that I would like to raise regarding all the systemic.
Now, discussion. Taking the moderator's prerogative is the assumption of the title of the session, the evolution of a science system as a prerequisite for the 6 transitions. Vanessa painted a wonderful tomorrow in which we pretty much gone very far in the transitions. And then she painted for us how we got there. We ended the session with Ariana looking at the basic inequalities that may hinder our journey and put thorns on this path. And so it is within this promise and the kind of problems that lie both in the present and in the ahead that I would like to put on the table that basic assumption that science systems are a prerequisite for a day. Anyway, I'm not expecting any answers yet. But it's now open for questions. Who was first? That one in the end, yes. We can also just cast lots. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Yob Satu. I'm the Director of Organization for Innovation and Sustainable Development, Africa. I'm much more impressed with the presentation on higher education institutions. Actually, because they are hubs of innovation and entrepreneurship. If we could really manage the culture of research in Africa, that's exactly falls short of innovation, and most of our research are really focused on a very common and trivial issues, so that with that very low public funding, the issue of this systemic inequality really arises in Africa. So I have a proposition for African universities to address this problems, is that significantly, as the issue rises from the presenter from the EU, that we have to focus these limited resources towards on focusing on STI in higher education institutions. As we all know that universities are the centers for pools of talents, so that we can really tap those talents for sustainable development. So I'm really wondering if the example of California, that research has changed the grassroots life, is really could come up to Africa. That finally, I really just inviting the issue of Africa, contextualizing that we are researching those which were already researched, but should we bring that to the new dimension of research in Africa, is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have first comments on the presentations given relating to the STI of Ethiopia and higher education. Because my name is Solomon, and responsible for STI education straight at the same time. So I know more about it. And of course, in Ethiopia, the new revised STI is already revised, and strategy that launched officially the next October 29. And but the financing issue is, of course, it is not enough, but not uneasy. And every year, from the data of Ministry of Finance, more than 150 million of Ethiopian birds are paid for the research. And at the same time, the main challenge and problem is the link between the industry and the university is extremely poor. I agree with you. And extremely poor, that means the university research is not based on the demand based of the industry. but only from the interest of the university. That is a big gap. And when you come to the overall the research, including the research institutes, I think even in Africa, the data indicates that the number of publications is really accelerating, increasing from time every year. That is from the data of UNESCO or WIPO and so on. And also one of the implementation of the STI is startups and business and sophisticated business job creation and incubations. And the same, one of the keys of Ethiopian side is the Startup Act is approved and working. And also the government is supporting that for the small enterprise. When you come to the Africa for the research, for example, a typical examples of working on that needs to be more supported is Sub-Saharan African Research Council is supporting science research and at the same time also graduate program. And AGS, that means the Japan African Research Collaboration is supporting the Africans in research, science, and at the same time also in some top priority areas. And I also recommend here the agency will also to be involved to support these very excellent initiatives. And Science Grant Council in the members in Africa, more than 80 countries are the members and supporting that research, science, and at the same time also more transitions such as energies and food security, climate, and so on. Then I think the other is HR. Yes. Human resources, of course, critical in all. People are trained, but no infrastructure to accommodate the expertise. That needs to be a very important. And my recommendation is maybe we can recommend later one how the higher education research can be linked and supported with the industry. That is the most important one. If you really to divert or to converge to the traditional, from the traditional to the new model.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to raise this question. I've got two questions. The title of this session is about the evolution of science, right? Rightly pointed out. When I hear what Dr. McBride was talking about, I'm tempted to say that it's more kind of a revolution than an evolution of science. And that reminds me of the 19th century when Alexander von Humboldt came with that new concept of research universities. And since that time, we've seen some new changes occurring in the higher education sector with entrepreneurial universities, with civic universities getting closer to the SDGs, but not any sort of revolution. So the question I'm putting is, how do we see that happening? Is it just theoretical, or is there a plan, for that? So that is my first question. And my second question is linked to the first, is that when we look at what is being done right now by the Times Higher Education in terms of the SDG ranking, we find that universities tend to adopt, a sort of a singular approach or benchmarking of their achievements. Of course, Times Higher referred to the SDGs ranking, but is that really advancing the SDGs per se, or is it advancing sustainability in general? So I would like to have your views on that.
So it's very obvious that we need different science system, especially interdisciplinary approach and the training of researcher in this transdisciplinary. And the ISC is working very hard to this one. But just before I came here, there was a STS forum in Kyoto, and I discussed the interdisciplinary things with many people. And of course, it's very important to encourage young researchers to go into the interdisciplinary research in communication with other people. But on the other hand, when consider their career forming, the research assessment and publication and the position are really different. So especially those are the traditional research area which need a long discipline training, they don't appreciate. So I must discuss with Magdalena Skipper, nature, nature, and they started a new journal related with mission oriented. So and also one of the 10-member group said now in terms of the number of publication and number of authors, the developing country, global south contribution is higher than those developed countries. So we have, first of all, we have to really make it more public and known. This is very important. It's a developing area, but to contribute this interdisciplinary research for the sustainability. And so I have a high expectation to emerging countries. It's very difficult to change the mindset of the developed country, but you can start from the scratch. And so I really appreciate the African country or many other countries need to establish the research education and research assessment of the structure of the research position.
I won't attempt to answer all of the questions, but thanks for that. If I'm living in France now, I should also say "Viva la Révolution!" You know? But I think your questions make me think, and it's really fantastic to have them because it's the kind of richness that is forming the discussion. And I think when we are often as scientists trying to push the boundaries of new knowledge, yet we are very afraid to take the first step in doing something differently. And so sometimes there's this first mover, what we perceive, I think, in this system of interconnected systems as a first mover disadvantage, you know, where if you start a new university and you have a funding model that might be different from the rest of the world, or you have a mechanism of a metric for research, for example, that's, you know, might be unique. It's often seen as, you're often seen as an outsider because you don't fit into the system. But I think it would be really great, I think, if a whole, you know, group of these kinds of universities, I think there's more than one potentially here. As Motoko might have highlighted, you know, there's an opportunity to start and to do something new, and to really think about how we can, you know, make the many different parts of these systems that are all interlocking in some way. The assessment side of it, the promotion side that is so central to universities, the funding and the agenda setting side work together.
Thank you so much. I think I just want to hone in on the question on the mismatch between the industry and the universities, and which is quite very important because this is one area that is also impacting on one of the biggest triple challenges that we are facing, which is unemployment. And I want to share the experience that I got to be exposed to, which was through Africa, Brazil, UK, and trilateral engagement, where we are trying to cooperate on a number of issues, including capacity building and financing and other things. And one of the things that actually piqued my mind was they presented to us in Brazil that they have what called STI4SDGs and that Siena. STI4SDGs, I'll just say it, is the National Service for Industrial Training. That is the Social Science Service for Industry. Sinai says, let me put it that way. There's the full approbation for that. And they're under what we call CNI, which is the National Industry Confederation. And the aim of this is to really have these institutions to defend and represent and coordinate the interests of industry sectors for the policymakers, making sure that what policymakers are put, the policy mixes that are put in place actually addressing the industry needs and the international organization. So both SENAI and SESI, what is also important is that our private non-profit organizations that serve specific purposes related to the Brazilian industrial sector and are financed by a compulsory federal tax. It's very key to this in terms of how are you financing these institutions. And basically in a nutshell, this could help us to deal with the skills mismatch between the industry and the education sector in a way that the researchers or the what will be produced by the education sector will be fit for what the industry is looking for. So I thought let me interject to say the CCCNI and the CNI in the Brazilian sector is quite something to visit and learn. So much.
Well, I'm sure we all want to learn more about the Africa, Brazil, UK. It sounds very exciting. I'd like to respond to the first questioner a little bit in terms of, he put forward a specific proposal that in a time of limited resources, we should focus on building STI capacity in higher education. I personally totally agree with this, but let me also give a few comments, related comments. I think we think about what new things we should be doing. In parallel, we need to think about what we can stop doing. Because I think a lot of our energy goes into things that, scientifically speaking, don't have very much impact. Like a lot of the traditional classroom activities, the kids forget that stuff within 3 weeks or something like that. And we spend a huge amount of time on it and assess their progress in ways that are not very logical. So one of the things that I found to be very valuable is to start very young. Like when the kids just come in our door with something like design projects, team-based design projects, which can also link to industry because they could be proposed by industrial partners, right? And let them work on something real where their creativity is engaged. And the wonderful thing about first-year students is they don't know yet what they're not supposed to be able to do. And for them, the sky is the limit. And also in terms of increasing the role of industry, let's please not forget the role of the professional societies. We have here representation from the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, which has chapters in 169 countries and is very actively engaged with academia, very actively engaged with the SDGs. So they can also help the university, link with the industry, help propose new ideas of projects to work on. Lastly, exploring various models for incubators.
Yes, thank you. I have a comment. So I fully agree with all that has been said, and I mean the need for thinking about new systems for the higher education, the universities, and then bringing more adapting more the program to the current needs, including all the connection with the industry, with the private sector, and so on. You know, so definitely there is a need for like more often and more often revision of all the curriculum and adapting it to the needs. But I would also like to stress that we don't forget the importance of not forgetting the importance of fundamental research, you know, and working on fundamental research when we come to the certain fields like humanities that not necessarily will be always, you know, connected in a obvious way with the industrial development or economical development, but they are fundamental for the social development in general. And then to other fields that are more cutting edge sciences that are again very important for bringing new technologies and for bringing innovation. So the industry is there very often with not necessarily new technologies that are extremely important for the social, economical, environmental development. And then when it comes to the more traditional concepts, I fully agree that we do need innovation in education, but we also do need these traditional approaches, maybe not for bringing practical skills to the people, but for bringing critical mindset to the people, for bringing, you know, the knowledge about analytical thinking and how analytically we shall analyze the information and how we shall protect ourselves from, you know, all the information that is there on the social media and that we don't know anymore what is the truth, what is the false, and so on. No, so I think by the end, I mean, to summarize, the short-term benefits for the fast growth, economical growth, and the benefits for the social economical development in the short term that are very much related with the industry, private sector, and so on are extremely important. But it is also important to have a long-term vision, long-term development that is more sustainable and that is based on fundamental research in all different fields, and then in also not forgetting more traditional approaches. No? So there has to be, in my opinion, a balance between these two. No?
Online, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Your
thank
hand is
you.
up.
I'm sorry, it was muted. I just heard your voice. Thank you. I think I would like to reflect on 2 points. One on reform in African universities, and the second is on the linkage. Coming to the reform, I support and endorse the earlier speaker who said that universities are not only for conducting actionable research. Universities is the hub for neology, and universities where we train human resources. So the fundamental principle of exercising basic research is, I think, one of the duties of universities, and we cannot exclude that and then advise universities to be only on actionable research. But we need to also make a reform. For example, the reform that has been carried out in Ethiopia is a very good lesson and experience. Maybe I didn't say it. Now in Ethiopia, of the 57 universities only managed by public or government, we have differentiated them into different categories to make them out of the traditional comprehensive universities with the same curriculum, with the same academic program. Now we have research universities, a total of 8. We have science and technology universities, 2 science and technology universities. We have also differentiated universities into applied universities. And we have also TVETs, which are also offering both postgraduate and undergraduate programs. So we need to be out from the traditional, conventional way of establishing universities with the same curricula, with the same programs, and we need to align ourselves with the ongoing dynamism of science in the world. That's what I would like to stress. Otherwise, yes, basic research is a fundamental principle and aspects of universities' mandates, and academicians have the right to exercise and conduct researches also in basic research fields. With regard to linkage, yes, in Ethiopian context, we have a very poor university industry linkage. And considering this fact, the government has included this as one of the STI policy priority areas. With the 2012 STI policy, linkage among university research institute and industry was considered as one of the 11 critical elements of the STI policy. Even with the recent STI policy of Ethiopia, which was revised almost 2 years ago, linkage and partnership is also included as part of these 8 priority areas of the STI policy of Ethiopia. With that, we have also drafted a proclamation. The government has issued a new proclamation, which strengthens the linkage among universities, research institutes, and industries by pulling the lessons and experiences and the recommendations that we gathered during the then Ministry of Science and Education. Now, the Ministry of Education, who is mandated to run or coordinate this, is making various reforms, making the proclamation into directives and various regulations, setting incentive mechanisms for researchers, encouraging industries to play a great role in practical sessions in universities. So such a reform should be strengthened, and I would also recommend such an initiative to be continued in other continents, African countries, so that we can adapt or strengthen or accelerate the SDGs through linkage among stakeholders. I would like to say a little to what Solomon from Mint has said. I didn't undermine the effort that has been going on both internally and at global level. I did, of course, appreciate the initiatives that are ongoing both by the government of Ethiopia as well as by various UN agencies, including UNECA, UNDESA, the European Commission. But we still need more support, science collaboration, or capacity building in strengthening science at our country context. Considering Ethiopia as the second populous nation with over 120 million people and with several universities, over 300 universities and university colleges and over thousands of TVETs, we still need to have strong collaboration. I know the science grant initiatives that has been going on, but its outputs at the university level is very minimal. So we need to encourage, we need to collaborate, and we need to mobilize resources. Similar to institutions like that of Horizon Europe, we need to have more engagement. So that's one of the comments that I would like to say. One more comment on open science. Honestly speaking, this is a point that I would like to raise in every science debate. I very much appreciate and I'm very clear with the principles of open science, making science equal to all citizens. Are we really in that line? This is a slogan by UNESCO. This has been raised in several AU, EU, and UN science events, but I don't think we have practically implemented open science in the African context. Majority of researchers, including myself in my university, are struggling very hard to submit our manuscripts to indexed journals at global level, which are managed by developed nations publishers. We have to pay, and we can't afford paying that. And this is totally against open science principles. We need to create a room for African researchers to publish their scientific findings, to collaborate more with European or developed nation researchers. And if that has to be implemented, I think we need to rethink and implement the principles of open science, particularly for researchers from developing nations. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lot you have covered there that is very important. There was a hand right in the back. No, there was a hand right in the back. Let's save the two of you quickly. 1 minute each, because we are running out of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just received a call from the President of the World Federation, Mustafa Shew of Engineering Organizations, to thank you. He's following this discussion. And what I think is necessary, according to our discussion on call, is for us to rethink and remodel the way our partnerships are made today. Let us maybe think about 5 things. I think the key partners here are governments, the community, the professional bodies, and also globally the governance and how we are structured in the partnership models. So let us move beyond the triple helix and now include the community and look at problems that the universities, the industry and governments wants to solve, and we can solve those together by having practical partnership models. And secondly, I would also want to just point out that the university of the past, there's no room in the future. The so-called 3 missions, that of research, community services, and teaching and learning, should be added to the new advances that we have, which is innovation and industrialization. Basically, there's no reason why research should be done for research purposes. Research should be done to solve problems and to industrialize Africa. And across the mission, there should be innovation. So these are the points that the president of WFEO has offered, and he has also said we are looking at action. And I'm happy the former deputy director general of UNESCO is hinted at that. Let us walk the talk. Thank you.
Yes, you have been wanting to talk for a while. Floor is yours.
Yeah. But anyway, I think it's just like exactly what I was going to say about the German system of innovation to move to the particle Felix model, which is very important. And this is a perpetual system. It is not static. It has to be always in dynamic, because this is the only way we can identify linkages between stakeholders within the system. We have to push it further than just the linkages with the industry, but we are talking about the STI roadmap. Where does the NSI fits into the STI roadmap, strengthening the roadmap? What I want to do initially was a question, if I can, this question with was I have this thing in my mind, the science, we're saying this revolution, science system we want to have, and the ideal one that our keynote speaker, our science system market driven. I think the market drives technology innovation. This is the question. It's market driven. If it's market, how can the market contribute directly to the 6 SDG transformation as a modular building blocks for the SDG achievement? Because when we talk about the markets, everything is, we're talking about data. So data is the new goal. It's market driven. So how can we make it that the market contributes to the sustainable development? So they drive everything. Market is driven, market driven. That's my view, and this is the question I would leave.
Thank you very much. In closing, I think we'll continue this during tea. It's actually just a minute after. I would like to also say that, is the market a really good thing, or does it silence? And also the challenge, I had a lot of good ideas, but firstly, we should be moving away from analysis towards how. We have been talking about these things for a very long time at every meeting. We are all here, each of us represent institutions. We are bridges between those institutions and the institutions that are represented here. Let's make it happen, and it's possible. I would like to thank the panelists for a scintillating 1 hour, 30 minutes. Please, let's go and have tea and give it up.
Yeah, so it looks like we're working. That's probably, that probably does it. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Okay, thank you for being here. My name is Manuel Ricardo Galindo Moreno. I am with UNESCO from the Science, Technology, Innovation Policy section based in Paris, and it is a pleasure for me to be here moderating this session. This session will collect inputs to develop the chapter number 5 of the guidebook. So I invite you all to participate actively and also to take the initiative and submit some written inputs. I will be mispronouncing the names of our dear panelists, so I would like to offer my apologies in advance. But before that, I would like to share with you what we are going to do in this session. And this session, I'm not going to repeat the title of the session, but I would like to summarize it by saying that we are going to see how we support the implementation of the STI roadmaps. So it is important that we discuss this topic about how to make things happen. And to do this, we are going to discuss the international funding mechanisms. We are going to discuss policy instruments, and here I want to stop a little bit to define what we understand as policy instruments, because it's important that we are all in the same page. And policy instruments, we see them as what are the different programs, the different initiatives that we use to implement the policies. What are the programs that or the mechanisms that make a policy become a reality? So we're going to discuss this as a means of implementation, and also we're going to discuss the capacities that are required to implement these programs and these policy instruments. But to go more in depth in this in the concept of this session, I will give the floor to Mr. Declan Kirain, Managing Director of the Africa-Europe Science Collaboration and Innovation Platform and the ISC Intelligence in Brussels. So thank you very much, Declan. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for really helping us with the context. And as you said, you weren't going to repeat the title, partly because, as the ambassador told us yesterday, it's a very long one. So for chapter 5, I mean, we could rechristen it "Show Me the Money," which I think is really what we're aiming to do. So thank you very much, and I'm just going to share my prepared remarks with you. So as you can imagine, the chapter is designed to delve into one of the most crucial components for realizing the transformative potential of STIs in advancing and attaining the SDGs. As countries develop and refine their strategies for leveraging STI to drive sustainable development, access to sufficient and well-structured funding becomes a critical enabler. However, the gap, as we know, between available resources and the level of investment required to achieve the SDGs remains a significant challenge, particularly for developing nations and marginalized communities. To address these challenges equitably, the global community must ensure that all nations, regardless of their current resources, are equipped to participate in and benefit from STI-driven progress fully. The chapter will begin by examining existing international STI funding models, analyzing their strengths and limitations, with a focus on how inclusive and equitable these mechanisms have been for different countries and regions. Traditional funding mechanisms such as bilateral aid, multilateral financing, and public-private partnerships have all played key roles in supporting innovation-driven development. However, these models often face constraints, including limited scalability, bureaucratic hurdles, and insufficient alignment with the unique and evolving priorities of individual nations, particularly low-income countries and underrepresented communities. And one way of looking at that, and as I often do, is the stuff we're talking about here. It's not linear. There is no linear model. And I think we need to be very, very
conscious of that as we approach these challenges. Therefore, this section raises an essential question: how can we design more innovative, inclusive, and effective funding models that not only address the SDG funding gap, but also ensure equitable access to resources? And as our able moderator Manuel just presented, where does the money come from? Essentially, we call it implementing instruments. It comes from policies. So that policy environment is hugely important to understand and engage with. This discussion focused on voluntary international funding models, where countries, corporations, and civil society collaborate to support STI-driven development. In exploring these models, the chapter emphasizes the need to embed principles of equity, flexibility, and sustainability at their core, ensuring that marginalized groups, including women, youth, indigenous populations, and people with disabilities and rural communities, are not left behind. The chapter will also consider practical concerns such as ensuring transparency, fostering trust amongst diverse stakeholders, and maintaining long-term commitments that prioritize the most vulnerable. In addition to securing funding, the equitable deployment of resources is paramount. The chapter highlights the critical need for countries to develop strategic investment plans that integrate STI across all sectors of the economy, such as education, healthcare, energy, and agriculture, and prioritize areas that can promote social inclusion, gender equality, and environmental sustainability. For example, deploying STI policy instruments such as tax incentives for inclusive research and development, public-private partnerships that uplift underrepresented entrepreneurs, and science diplomacy initiatives will ensure that resources lead to tangible outcomes and benefit, ideally, all segments of society. And again, I repeat, this is not and never will be linear. Furthermore, the chapter underscores the importance of capacity building, particularly in historically disadvantaged nations, to fully participate in international funding initiatives and implement their STI roadmaps effectively. Without national solid capacities ranging from financial management and policy design to inclusive stakeholder coordination, many countries risk being unable to harness STI's full potential for sustainable development. Building capacity must be seen as a matter of equity, ensuring that nations with fewer resources are empowered with the human capital and institutional frameworks necessary to lead their development trajectories. This involves investing in education, skills development, and institutional strengthening to close capacity gaps and ensure national STI efforts are inclusive and sustainable. Ultimately, the chapter aims to foster a deeper understanding of how countries, particularly those facing systemic inequalities, can navigate the complexities of international funding and policy design in pursuing STI-driven progress towards the SDGs. It encourages participants to think critically about the structures and supports necessary for long-term, inclusive, and impactful STI implementation at the national level. Ensuring that no one is left behind in this process is not just a matter of funding and policy, but of equity and justice for all stakeholders in the global drive towards sustainable development. Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Thank you very much, Declan. This is very well articulated, the overall objective and the purpose of this chapter that once again, we invite you to contribute to this either with your interventions today and also in written form. So let's move into our panel discussion. To start some housekeeping points, we will have 5 minutes for each of our panelists. If you are taking a little bit too long, you will be hearing a little bell, so you know that it will be time to wrap up. And finally, I would also very respectfully, I will take the liberty to change the order of interventions that you see in the agenda, just to have a better flow of the discussion. So just to alert you about this. So to start, I would like to introduce Dr. Eugene Mutimara, Executive Director of the National Science and Technology Council from Rwanda. And I would like to give you the floor by asking you, what are the most pressing financial barriers hindering STI progress towards achieving the SDGs?
Thank you, Manuela, for your introductions and for giving us a platform to talk. I should say that funding models are important for STI to achieve SDGs targets. And this is very, very important, not only in developing countries, but also globally. But one thing I want to put straightforward is that most developing countries, including African countries, have relevant policies well aligned to attaining SDG target using STI as key instruments. There are several examples that we have. I could just briefly mention that in Rwanda, we have a Vision 2050 that indicates the country's intention to become a high-income country. But also we have examples in East Africa, like STI policy, that talks about harnessing the potential of STI to achieve socio-economic development of East African countries. Indeed, this is aligned to African Union agenda, the Africa we want, all emphasizing attaining the targets, particularly SDG number 9 on industrialization, innovation, and developing people overall. So the question is, why are we not attaining what we want to do? In other words, why are we not utilizing the best funding opportunities to attain SDG targets using STI as key drivers of growth? There are a number of reasons. There are 6 which I have outlined, but for the question of time, I will emphasize 3 and others I go through them. 1, there is a limited investment in R&D and STI programs at the national level. 2, insufficient lack of private sector funding for R&D and STI. And 3, reliance on external funding. That is critically important. There are key factors that clearly indicate that there is less funding for STI programs and R&D. One example I can give is that although the African Union target of 1% R&D intensity has never been achieved by many African countries, we see Africa average is about 0.5 R&D intensity, and then the global average is about 2. And the average for high-income countries is 3. We have seen some growth in Rwanda from 0.69 to 0.79, but again, this is far below the target, and again, this is far below most African countries like Egypt, Tunisia, and South Africa. So why are we not utilizing opportunities that we have to fund STI? Well, I think in most cases we prioritize, spending on crucial immediate needs like agriculture in order to address issues of food insecurity and inadequate nutrition. But also when pandemic and epidemics come, like COVID-19, we want to embark on life-saving medications. Number 3, we have seen also in the Western countries, catastrophic effects of climate change are very, very important and affect us. Giving an example of Rwanda in 2013, we had the land and mudslides that claimed the lives of people, physical property, and it required over 415 billion to save lives. Number 2 is insufficient funding by private sector. This has been said several times, and I think the most important thing is what can we do together? I'll summarize that at the end of my point of discussion. Again, we have several parameters to show that in most developing countries, private sector is investing less because it has less capital investment. And so what can countries do to incentivize private sector to invest more in R&D, the benefit of social economic countries? Number 3 is reliance on external funding. Most African countries rely on external funding to develop their infrastructure, but also to meet the targets, the SDG targets, a number of them. And so how can we ensure that African countries, developing countries, put more funds, but also work with the international funding, also use the opportunities they have to ensure that they fund STI to attain SDG goals. Other factors are related to limited access to blended funding, Most financial institutions are short-term and not sustainable. International funding for STI models are vertical, meaning they only focus on one area, maybe it could be HIV, malaria, cancer, TB, and may not be cross-cutting. And often when we talk about infrastructure, that becomes a problem. Also, there is a fragmented non-financing mechanism that we see. So what we have learned as a lesson, particularly from Rwanda, is that although our private sector are small and medium enterprises, not high, there is a way to bring them on board so that they fund R&D. We have a funding instrument called Research and Innovation Fund. And so when we introduced it, we saw a lot that the private sector is doing. Another example is building excellence in terms of centers of excellence. There are several examples. And so these are opportunities that can support improve the funding models.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Mutimara. I think it's very to know how to improve our financial landscape is very important to start understanding what are our barriers. And I would like to highlight one key point that we should think about. We're talking about reliance of external funding, but the question is how do we leverage external funding so in the future we don't rely on external funding. So thank you very much for your interventions. Now we will move to our next speaker, Professor Yang Sang, Vice President of the Institute of Climate Change and Sustainable Development, Tsinghua University and Deputy Secretary General of Global Alliance of University on Climate from China. And to you, I would like to invite you to open the discussion talking about what are the existing international STI funding models and what do you think are some strengths and weaknesses of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm Jian from Beijing. I was based in Tsinghua University for mainly a climate research institute, but now we are expanding to see more broader SDG and sustainable development issues. So I think I will directly address the question assigned to me is about the current STI funding models. So we are mainly talking about, and Eugene touched most of them, public funding, private sector funding, and also philanthropic organizations funding. So we'll talk a bit about these patterns and followed by their respective strengths and weaknesses. So firstly, public funding. This is mostly sourced from like national governments and international organizations, as we are all familiar, which is a very significant contributor to STI and particularly for climate action as well. So especially for early stage and also high risk research. So this is where private investment may be lacking. So one key strength for public funding is that it can be directed towards fundamental research and long-term projects. So it's often focused on societal benefits rather than short-term or commercial benefits, returns. In the case of China, like take climate for action, if we're thinking about this vision 2035, that's 5 years after China peak its carbon emissions. So we're looking at how, for example, how breakthrough technologies, not conventional ones, like CCUS, hydrogen from non-fossil resources. So all these technologies, how they are going to lead China to reach carbon neutrality. It's a very dramatic period of time. So we have to deploy and to develop these technologies at this moment so that we will not encounter a very costly or disorderly situation in the future. So this is very important for stability in funding for essential scientific work and also in line with national priorities. But on the other hand, the weakness of public funding is also very obvious, include budgetary constraints and economic disparities between developed and developing countries. So national budget allocations are generally lean towards domestic priorities. So it actually limits the availability for global cross-border projects, especially to the global south. And secondly, the private sector investment is another major source to STI funding, particularly for applied research and also for easy to commercialize area sector. So companies in industries such as, for example, renewable energy and pharmaceuticals, IT sectors, they put heavily, R&D research to drive innovation and create, I think, mainly for competitive advantages. So the strength is that it can be highly responsive to market needs and provide significant resources for the commercialization. While the weakness of public sector funding is this mismatch of investment, because when private sector will under invest due to unless there is considerable government intervention, and also this is further complicated by economies with inadequate policies about for example, intellectual property rights and also talent development and tax incentives. So finally, philanthropic foundations such as like the Gates Foundation or the Rockefeller Foundation that my institute work with, they provide another significant avenue for STI funding. These organizations, they focus on global challenges like climate, health, food security, poverty, and crucial in building this gap between public and private funding. So particularly for initiatives that lack this commercial viability. So the strength of this type of funding is that it can target towards addressing very specific global challenges, especially in the areas underserved by public and private sector. So, and the weakness is scope is often limited, right? So, and coordination with the local needs is often inadequate. So this is roughly a very general summary of the current SDG models, STI models, funding models. So addressing the main challenges, we face a number of critical challenges in STI funding, especially this disproportionately concentrated funding, between developed countries and developing countries. So I think the number of things that we can further discuss to follow this very general guidelines. And number one is like policies, right? Policies that can encourage, as you mentioned, blended finance for de-risking the STI investments in developing regions. So how to mitigate the risk is very important. And then international STI collaboration is also important, such as technology transfer, cooperation, or some regional clubs. And then finally, if we need to improve the access to international funding, like to simplify the process and also to build capacity building support is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thorough description of the different funding sources, strengths and weaknesses. It's very enlightening to know them, and we want to find what are the best ways of funding STI4SDGs. It's essential to get to know these strengths and weaknesses. And also I find very interesting your examples about climate finance. There are already existing STI funding models in these areas that we can learn from. So thank you very much for that. And okay, having explored the financial aspects, I think that it is very important that we transition a little bit the discussion into the prioritization and allocation strategies of these funds, of funds. So for this, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Sabayashi Saha, Associate Professor, Editor of South Asia Economic Journal from the Research and Information System for Developing Countries in India. And to you, Dr. Saha, I would like to explore this topic about prioritization. How can countries effectively prioritize and allocate resources within their national investment plans to maximize their contributions to the SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning to all. I'll try to focus my intervention on the question of technology access. As we all know that with limited time left for SDG action and under the current template, all social sector SDGs need urgent action and acceleration. This entails focusing on technological solutions that aid in the process of implementation of the SDGs under the social pillar. As the keynote speaker mentioned, that nothing is linear, so we have moved from R&D to STI, current paradigm for localizing efforts in the global south. However, technology delivery based on access, appropriateness, and affordability still remains a challenge. Financing such initiatives and underlying innovation projects is critical for achievement of the SDGs. Effectively prioritize and allocate resources, STI4SDGs roadmaps must be widely adopted with the active participation of multiple stakeholders, including the government, international agencies, development finance institutions, and the private sector. Currently, no denying of the fact that the private sector in high-income countries and some emerging ones have generated enormous intelligence on technology pathways, and governments are not aware of whether those technology pathways would be equitable or welfare improving for all citizens. It is also not certain that although the private sector has taken the lead on STI, there are challenges of market failures and the role of the state in disaster response and ensuring human security of various dimensions. We must note that there is a serious disconnect between STI research and SDG needs, and hence new financing must promote SDG-aligned STI research. From the Indian experience on STI4SDGs roadmaps, we feel that focusing on both SDG and STI indicators would be a useful mapping exercise. We developed an indicative technology mapping framework for the 4 priority SDGs, SDG 2, 3, 6, and 7, that is agriculture and nutrition, health, water and sanitation, and renewable energy. We also feel that there is need to improve access to technology, starting with life-saving bonds and leveraging existing tools, existing pool of technologies, and greatly accelerate the digitalization and build access and capacities with regard to digital tools for reaching the last mile. Like all earlier cohorts, a broad array of 4th industrial revolution technologies should also be treated in the general purpose category for wider access. Investment should be supported in creating public infrastructure and skill building for technology access. Example, we have discussed many examples since yesterday: seed bank, agriculture extension services, vaccine storage and delivery, water supply and waste treatment, geospatial and digital public infrastructure. These are some of the examples, including renewable energy and blending 4IR technologies from all relevant sources depending on country needs. For funding, gap analysis, as many mentioned since yesterday, would be a useful exercise. However, it cannot be a very time-consuming process because of urgency of needs, and despite legacy effects, political leadership may be keen on early results from implementation given heightened risk and insecurities. This requires a fine balance and could be undertaken in phases. Supply constraints could be overcome through partnership with the private sector for access to services in health, education, energy, etc. But with subsidies and direct benefit transfers to citizens in the form of social security wherever possible, this has worked in India very well, and this would greatly enhance technology adoption. From the perspective of decision making, as you just mentioned, one must note that while funds for STI research and skill building are primarily routed through STI ministries and in some parts through agriculture and health, a whole of government ecosystem is fast emerging in many countries, where most other line departments are accessing, procuring, and delivering technology-enabled services like never before. And this we have seen in India in terms of scaling up of technology use through welfare programs by several other ministries and departments, very large scale national programs. Multi-agency indicative technology mapping that we have tried to experiment in India can evolve into a comprehensive data-driven platform
where all resource flows from the public and private sectors can be mapped and matched with STI4SDGs outcomes as well as impacts. This would greatly streamline decision making. To strengthen STI4SDGs in developing countries and achieve optimal utilization of resources, monitoring and evaluation of government welfare schemes at micro level and household level is extremely important. Real-time monitoring can be scaled up through use of GIS, IoT, ICT, geotagging, and several others. So access to this technology is important. Since yesterday, we have discussed several frameworks on STI4SDGs roadmap, including the smart specialization of European Union, STI reviews by OECD, UNCTAD, spin by UNESCO and others. We should, try to harmonize the common parameters from these frameworks for effective decision-making tools at the country level. Finally, countries and their public funded research and development agencies, as well as international development finance institutions, should be aware that development-oriented and sustainable technologies may continue to be owned under private intellectual property unless alternate innovation models are encouraged for a positive trust-based partnership with the private sector that can be enabled to allow effective citizen-friendly regulations.
Very much, Dr. Saha, for your intervention. I think it's very interesting, the invitation that you make to look for agile efforts to prioritization, that they are inclusive, and also very interesting your call for having data. And I think that this is something that we have been discussing overall this session, in this workshop. But yeah, it's important to build also capacities to collect data that facilitates decision making. So thank you very much also for highlighting the work that UNESCO is doing with WASPIN. So thank you for that. Okay, now that let's be a little bit more practical, and let's talk more about the implementation of the policy instruments of, as I mentioned, the programs or mechanisms to implement the policies. And for this, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Dixon Andala, the CEO of the Kenya National Research Fund from Nairobi, from Kenya. So to you, Dr. Andala, I would like to ask you, what are the best practices and key success factors for designing and implementing effective STI block policy instruments? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. And I'll start off by highlighting the Kenyan perspective. In Kenya, we've put what I call greater interest in STI by establishing an STI Act, which was done in 2013. We established 3 institutions. One institution is called NACOST, which is National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, whose CEO was here yesterday. And the role of NACOST is policy development and ensuring there's implementation of the same. So it plays a regulatory perspective. Apart from that, the STI Act established another institution called National Research Fund, of which I'm the head. And the purpose of National Research Fund is to mobilize financial resources to be able to fund research in Kenya. And then now, at the tail end, there is commercialization to enable that to enable research outputs into the market. We have got Kenya, and Kenya is Kenya National Innovation Agency, which now commercializes research outputs. And I'm glad to note that in Africa, under the startup economy, we are number 2 after Nigeria, so we are attracting a lot of investment into the startup economy. So back to the question that the moderator put forward in terms of implementation. So policy implementation, given that we already have the structures, we enable it through what we call a whole government approach and multi-sectoral approach. So we play a key role as National Research Fund in ensuring that one of the key factors that we do is we bring in funds, and then those funds are now channeled to specific policy intervention, because research will lead either to policy development and also should lead to products development. So what we do is we do M&E, and during the monitoring and evaluation exercise, we are able annually to give key indicators. And these indicators are submitted to NACOSTI, with now what we call STI mainstreaming. So each of the various government agencies have to showcase what are the outputs that are coming out of the STI. So we always report back to the main government authorities, and each ministry or each government saga, which is semi-autonomous government agencies, they give their scored against what they've delivered in terms of STI. The other thing that we do is we have got the government manifesto. So when we are doing funding, we align it with what the government wants to see. The government of the day will only fund you if you are aligning your priorities to what the government wants. Like for instance, in Kenya, you've got bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is dealing mostly with the common, we call them wananchi, the common citizenry. And they want to see what are these, especially like aspect to do with climate change and sustainability. Those are what we are focusing on to ensure that the government is delivering on its manifesto. Furthermore, towards the same, we've got universities and the research institutes. They play a key pillar in terms of implementation of the government manifesto. So when we are funding, we ensure that we align and we ensure that these institutions are actually living to the fact that they are working for the common citizen. Then finally, in terms of the implementation, the African perspective, we've got what we call Science Granting Councils Initiative, for which I know Rwanda is part of it, and several other countries. They have been very instrumental in shaping and developing strategic interventions in matters of deploying STI. And we have our role model, which is the National Research Foundation of South Africa, which we've been working alongside, among others, to ensure that we deliver on implementation of policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Andala for your intervention. I would like to really highlight what you mentioned about international cooperation in relation with the Science Granting Council initiative. It's quite interesting how through these mechanisms we can develop the capacities to better implement these policies, and also not to give out of the relevance of aligning the financial aspect with the actual goals of the government. So thank you very much for this. And we have concluded our panelists, but I would like to give the floor to our main discussants. And now that we touched upon capacities, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Salomon Yetesho, Technology Authority General Director, Chairman of the Policy Drafting Committee, a member of the Strategy Drafting Committee on Ethiopia. And I would like to give you the floor and invite you to discuss about what are the critical capacities that are needed for effective STI policy instrument design and implementation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to just highlight on the experience of what we are about with respect to science and technology policy, and with respect to the critical capacity needed for STI policy instrument designing. One of the critical important drafting and designing of the STI policy is identification and involvement of key stakeholder issues during that. As you know, the policy formulation is a process that involves drafting the policy document and achieving consensus on the draft policy contents, especially on how the objective of the policy is implemented in the years ahead. Obtaining consensus is a critical preparation for a policy adoption. Policy formulation is a crucial phase involving negotiation on the content, format, and drafting of the policy document. In our context, even though the Ministry of Innovation and Technology has a leading and coordination role on drafting of the STI policy, since I've been part of the drafting committee, different stakeholders, including the private sectors, were part of the steering committee. The method on drafting the policy involves an iterative process allowing for feedback from the different stakeholders. A series of workshops were held with a representative from government, the private sector, academic, research institutes to get their view on the subject. The stakeholders provide useful comments on the draft policy, which help to enhance the quality and ensure alignment with the national priorities and development trajectory. The final step we made was a validation workshop, which provided the space for key stakeholders to comment on the draft. Stakeholders for the validation include representatives from the government, academia, research, the private sector, and specialized public institutions, non-governmental organizations. It is important to this stage to encourage all the stakeholders to be involved and keep on open mind on the different solutions and options. So the policy formulation should also include the designing of the implementation plan and appropriate budgetary information and assigned responsibility. In this regard, we have a very big gap so far. Still, we have been able to have a plan for implementation, though the policy will approve. Policy formation would then have two just components by policy drafting and preparation of the implementation plan. The design of the implementation plan may help to clarify when, where, and how the actions and efforts are undertaken. So this was still the gap. The technical capacity on choosing appropriate areas for prioritization and inclusion of policy areas was one of the critical capacity issues in context. So the government of Ethiopia, the National Science and Technology Innovation Policy aligns with the team's plan, which outlined 8 policy direction and strategic areas of action. These strategic areas of action reflect the range of changing pace which STI could address. The strategic areas outline support several sectors, system and terms, and cross-cutting issues. This is important as a national STI policy must realize inclusive and sustainable development that serves for the whole society. In this regard, understanding and consideration of the existing national, regional, and international trends and the trends for at least the next decade and place room for the unexpected international dimension was a challenge. And we were, in this regard, looking for support from the international organization, and unfortunately, we don't have such kinds of support. So that was a gap during our drafting processes. So the technical capacity on collecting data, carrying out survey, and conducting organization analysis is very important. So implementation issues. Prior to the 2022 STI policy, Ethiopia have had the 2012 STI policy, but based on the survey and evaluation made by, assisted by the ANCTAD, there is a big gap on the implementation. So the implementation issue is still the gap. So I just moved to the suggestion points. So participation and involvement of different stakeholders are very crucial for this to happen. Best practices need to be applied from the outset, which multiple stakeholders engagement in the policy design and expert techniques review the option, including in-depth assessment of the option that are aligned with the national development is a priority. So the other part is the practical value of the policy analyzed how we implement. So the implementation is also very important. An important part of the implementation plan is the governance structure. So with lines of the authorities, accountability and responsibility need to be clearly defined in the implementation plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments. I would like to highlight a point that you made about technical capacities to determine which policy options and which combination of options are adequate. And I think it's very important point to have these capacities because the problems that we have are not always solved with research funds or scholarships. There are multiple other mechanisms that are very important to first be aware that they exist and then know how to articulate them. So thank you very much for these points. And we will continue to our last discussion. The Honorable Minister Plenipotentiary and First Counselor from the Cameroon Permanent Mission to the United States, Mr. Mesang Akamba. Thank you very much for being here. I would like to give you the floor and maybe give you a very provocative question, which is going back to the financing part, like what principles and practical considerations should guide the design of an effective voluntary international funding model for STI? Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. Thank you for giving me the floor and inviting me. My first idea is that of responsibility, solidarity, and action. Let us consider some essential facts. Millions of people are still trapped in misery, poverty, and the figures are growing. 2.6 billion are not connected while technological progress is unprecedented. We are 6 years away from 2030 and the situation of the world is probably worse than it was in 2015 when the SDGs were adopted. I therefore call for solidarity for those left behind, for responsibility to put science, technology, and innovation at the service of development, and for action to transform our responsibility and solidarity into reality on the ground. Obviously, this seminar or workshop is, if not accompanied by concrete action, has no effect on hunger, suffering, drought, floods that torment millions of people in the world. Why I stand here before you. That said, principle of ownership and inclusivity must be fundamental in the model to be developed. Very often, funding is significant, but simply guided by the priorities decided by donors who somewhat condescendingly believe they know what is important in Africa and what is good or not for government and local communities. Worth mentioning other principles such as predictability, adequacy, and sufficiency of funds in order to produce a coherent and sustainable impact on the ground, thus allowing a real qualitative leap in the implementation of the SDGs. It is good to know that it is not with acetaminophen that malaria is treated, but with chloroquine. But additionally, knowing the right dosage is crucial. Obviously, we need funding, we need means, but the question is to deal with which amount we need and which purpose, which specific objective for. While there are positive initiatives on the ground, but without coordination and the impact is not satisfactory. I recognize that it is legitimate for each donor to claim to see his flag and his name on the sign on the ground as generous donor. However, for the sake of efficiency and sustainability, coordination and synergies are crucial. Therefore, the United Nations and UNESCO must be at the forefront of this action. So to conclude, I would like to suggest that the reflection focus on concrete, consistent, and concerted action with a lasting impact on the ground. To copy on existing models and lessons learned, I could recall that the UN created in 1962 the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning, IDEP, as well as we have operational regional UN Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa. Hence, considering STI's significant impact on all the SDGs and in the context of the Global Digital Compact, it is appropriate to create in Africa 5 inclusive training center or university STI poles, call it like, which would be coordinated by the United Nations, UNESCO, to gather this global mobilization and piloted locally by the regional communities and the member states. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamba. What a wonderful intervention with very relevant principles, and also reminding us to put our feet on the ground and try to get some results, some practical results. So thank you very much for this. This is an excellent way to conclude our panelists. And I think this is the moment to start our questions and answer session. And for this, I would like to give the floor to all of you. I would take 3 questions per round. I would be very thankful if you can introduce yourself very briefly and ask your question briefly as well. Please make sure to, if you want to address the question to one of our panelists, please say so. And thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and really appreciate the entire set of presentation. Is so inspiring and also very rich information to absorb. For me, I think I'm working in the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I like to want to give some comments on when we talk about STI financing. Probably we need to define what to finance. I think it's one category is a lot of things here in this panel talk about is financing nationally, financing STI at a national level. So I want to contribute some of the thoughts on the financing at a global level. So if you think about STI financing at a global level, I'm thinking about at least to achieve 4 major objectives. Coming out of this workshop, I think everyone really posed a call for a good data, right? It's a basis for formulating STI roadmap and actions. So I think if you're financing globally, global actions on the STI, so one function is the global database on STI, a TFM STI database. And this is one thing, and this database is only measure how things going on STI. We actually already start discussing that, what can be the good indicators. I think Dr. Saha's presentation talk about Indians' experience could be very interesting. Some other earlier presentation in the other sessions also share some thoughts on that. I also talk informally with the member groups member. So a lot of good thoughts. I think it's need to have a bit systematic way to collect its input and have a systematic way to have a data framework for that. So this is one function for the global STI financing, global STI. The second is a global STI advocacy. That's also been done at a UN headquarter level, especially linking the this agenda to the other UN processes and linking it to the global leaders and so on. So I think this need to be funded. It cannot be just taken for granted. It needs some resources allocated for global advocacy. The third area is STI policy. I think Declan mentioned about a lot of things are interconnected, and the STI policy need also be resourced and funded, and that's linking to the capacity building activities. Manuel also mentioned about these instruments and so on. Those development of this and training capacities also need to be funded, and that also need a global scale. It doesn't happen at a national level itself, and that also related to facilitating access to the major fund. So that's also part of the function for the global STI financing. Facilitating access means that to channeling the money into the national level. I think that's also important at the global level. We need to have that. The fourth element, it's just pushing a little bit of envelope, is on more concrete area. We're thinking about some examples in the past in the UN processes, like in the health area. So some of the public fund buy out the vaccines, and also in other areas, some key technologies. I think they made a breakthrough to buy out some technologies to help this ozone. I forgot the name of. Is this Montreal Protocol? I think that's the. Yeah, so that is a good example of deploying the technology globally and resolve the problems through that process. UNAIDS is another process to be very targeted. So we probably, since we have these 6 key transitions framework, perhaps along these 6 key transitions, we can identify the transformative technologies. And then those technologies can be financed or buy out through the global public fund and deployed globally. But this need to, and those technology need to be really carefully selected, and so, and it making it like a global, like free, like a access free. So those are the things, the 4 functions I think we thought would be achieved by the global STI financing. So when we talk about the financing STI, we need to differentiate global and regional and the national. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also want to contribute on the financing of STI. I think as we are discussing also, because we are discussing STI as it's relating to the SDGs, we have to think about how we finance. Yesterday, there was a discussion around the youth. I think even this morning, there has been a discussion around how do we use the youth, these students that are in the education system, to support STI that can translate into maybe products and services that then have an impact on SDGs. So listening to the national financing system and also the international funding system, we seem not to be addressing that gap. They seem to be a gap. I'll give an example of what the World Bank has been doing with the Centers of Excellence. They are now in the, I think this is the 4th phase. One of the things that has come out in that big project program is that there seem to be no financing for once you have these students that you PhDs, post-grad, you have built the structures, you have helped with the accreditation systems of most of these universities. there's no money to help them come out with products and services that then go to the industry. So the industrialization seems not to have that money. And when the project comes to an end, you find that the issue of sustainability then becomes a problem. So I think in the international financing also, there's need to consider this space because they seem to be a big gap. But I also wanted to advocate that in the financing chapter of the guide, can we also push the states to think around financing? I think South Africa was the one that talked around innovations, the TVETs, and also those that are outside the social innovations, the science, the citizen science. We need financing to flow to these areas, especially in the developing countries, so that we see how those then start impacting on the SDGs.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is one of the crucial issue for implementation of STI. First of all, we have to the international able to link the national STI with global development, with a global development. That means at the global level and more promotion and public relation is an important. That will change really the policymakers' mind in order to allocate the financing at the regional and national level. And the other issue is, in general, because development is an important and more comprehensive, then at international, at the global level, some funding institute, maybe agencies, UN agencies responsible to finance, to support the developing countries is one thing. And at the regional or national level, then more internal financing mechanism is an important also. And we can recommend, for example, from every years of GDP, then a country should be able to allocate some amount of money, financing mechanisms for STI implementation. And this is also one of the key issue for development. And a continuous monitoring and evaluation and learning mechanisms, one of an important also to really to look at it, to support immediately, to protect and to advise developing countries, and even the finance at the global level also, financing mechanisms and promotion mechanisms every year to be monitoring the evaluation learning system. And the last one is priority issue. In most cases, the priority is based on the donors. I think there is a framework as a global, that is SDGs development, that is good framework. And based on that framework, then the funding system should be, I think, on the priorities of the nation, national. That can achieve, that encourages really the policymakers to finance every year. So looking all this approach may change the traditional approach to the follow-up and STI implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to give the opportunity to the panelists to make some comments after these interventions, and then we continue to take questions and comments. So any of the panelists have anything to say? So let's start with Dr. Eugene, and then we move this way.
Thank you, moderator. I would like to pick up a response from what my colleague Jane has talked about. I think the most important elements we have talked about here are public financing, private sector financing, national financing for STI. The question is, what can we do differently? I think that's the most critical question. And so as leaders, as UN agencies, EU agencies and others here, we should find an opportunity as much as possible to challenge governments, but also support them to fund STI and prioritize STI to achieve STI targets. And one way to do it is actually to incentivize them, but also challenge them. One way the experience we have had is performance-based financing, which I think if Jane had the time, she could elaborate on the centers of excellence using disbursement linked indicators. You have a program, you have a project, you have to attain certain targets and the results in order to get more funding. And that's critically important. And so this is my simple contribution. Because overall, what do we want to achieve as developing countries? We want to achieve three things. Innovation capability, that's critically important. Then secondly, we want to drive our businesses to be world-class businesses. And thirdly, inequality. We have to address inequality, gender inequality, rural versus urban, disability.
Thank you very much. Dr. Saha.
To respond to Dr. Williams' comment on how global funding mechanisms can be energized, the recent OECD report on development finance has pointed out how there is an additional layer of global public goods year after year. So you need there is ODF flows and other flows going into an additional layer of development financing that is gaining currency through the global public goods, be it of regional relevance or global relevance. A lot of financing is being mobilized for certain immediate objectives. So I think, and also we are seeing that ODF flows are being, MDBs are getting topped up with ODF flows increasingly. So that also comes out from this OECD report. So I feel at this point, there is, could be a possibility to have a dialogue with MDBs on scaling up STI4SDGs. As we are aware that World Bank was part of this process in the beginning, as well on this question. And then on the national level, of course, STI funding, as I mentioned in my remarks, the political leadership need to see immediate results and outcomes. So aligned with the national needs. So how to align? So one is, of course, the R&D that happens, but also how to export. And there, the public sector alone may not be sufficient. We need sector R&D. There, we need a lot of policy reforms, easing of policies to enable private sector to come into space, and some of overcoming some of the systemic challenges that I just mentioned of bringing universities and industry together on this. The other comment that I heard on social innovation, citizen science, etc. This year's Global Innovation Index report, broad title of the report brings in social enterprises. So the role of social enterprises in development and also in development, they're playing a very vital role. So in terms of social innovation, how do we scale up social innovation or open innovations and citizen science? Yesterday we heard about the role of professional bodies, or in the earlier session we heard about but we also need to have the citizen science forums also empowered adequately to have a good science society.
Thank you very much. A very interesting question. So I think I'm just going to make some comments which I hope address them. What occurs to me is that by default, when we talk about STI funding, essentially we're talking about funding which is based on the commitment to competitiveness and excellence. And I just want to reflect on this for a second, because when you look at this more globally, in my view, this commitment to excellence, which again is extremely important and very worthwhile. However, I think we have to recognize that it is also exclusive. Yeah, it's exclusive by definition, and I think we need to consider that. And when I say considered, I think many of the issues we're talking about, as I mentioned earlier on, are, begin with the policy making process. So who in this room has met a policymaker in the last month, in the last year? Apart from that, of course, the good folk here, but I'm talking to your average scientist, the scientists, how many of them? Because I think this dialogue, this policymaking, I call it a contact sport, yeah? So I think needs to be a lot more engagement between the science and science leadership. And when I talk about policymakers here, I'm talking effectively about elected representatives. They'd be my guys. And I think you need to get into their space, yeah? And they need to be brought into the equation. So that's just on this business, because I think this commitment to excellence is extremely important. However, I'm saying there are these consequences that is impacting participation and access to funding. That needs to be addressed. Then also, by default, we are talking about STI funding. So can we have another discussion on development funding for finance? And I think that's a very important space, and partly because we are aware of the STI forum, or the Financing for Development forum taking place next year. And this is a decadal process. And I think into that space, the science community needs to be very engaged and advocate for change and, of course, funding. But that, I think, does require a new dialogue, a new lexicon. And I'm humbly saying to scientists that they need to understand the development agenda and need to explain scientific objectives in terms of a development agenda. And I think that's going to be transformative as well. That's hugely, hugely important. But I do think also, again, stating the obvious, policies emanate from nations, from a nation base. And when we're talking about global this and global that, they don't actually exist. There is no global science policy. There's bits of policies that work together. And I'm Irish, and that the good folk in Ireland would go to international meetings and talk about global science, etc., etc., etc. But where's the global science instrument? And I think that needs to be really amplified. I think that needs to be discussed. And I think that needs to be very much part of what we're talking about here. And just a question to Dr. Liu, just for some guidance, because we are talking about a guidebook here, and we're talking about chapter 5. How much then are we guidebooking it? So this is the world as we see it, and how much and can we talk about the world we want to see, the Africa we want to see within that context, and come forward with recommendations to that end? Because of course I think they're intrinsic in the sense that I've mentioned the FFD4 meeting, and we look to Europe, and Europe's embarking on its 7-year cycle of funding. And I would think, just all other things being equal, hugely important opportunity to feed into these policy making processes. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
So I just want to echo Declan about the instrument that you talk about for STI funding. So maybe I can give 1 or 2 examples, very quick examples from the climate side. So we have carbon market, right? So this is a market, we can call it a market-based mechanism, if we can call that. So there's this example, under Paris Agreement, the Article 6, the Switzerland and Peru started to collaborate under this market framework. So in this project, so Switzerland provides financial support to Peru, develop its new energy facilities and also technologies. And in return, Peru sell this emissions reduction credits to Switzerland to help with their carbon neutral targets. So by leveraging this market tool, this instrument, actually it facilitates the flow of funding and also technology while enhancing Peru's capacity to address climate challenges and fostering its own technology innovation. And again, the other example is also about carbon trading. So back in I think it's 2005, almost 20 years ago, under the Kyoto Protocol, this trading emissions credit, 2% goes to a foundation we call the Adaptation Foundation that was set up 20 years ago. And so it grows, and then it draws funding from the private sector and also state governments and also World Bank, multilateral organizations. So and now over the years since 2010 or 2012, I think it has mobilized over $1 billion to support climate resilient projects in the most vulnerable communities and also least developed countries. So and last year only, before COP28, they successfully raised $300 million for adaptation targets. So I think it started from this market mechanism, and then it developed into a more comprehensive and blended pattern. So I think we can draw some lessons from at least these two examples. So I might want to boldly suggest that we also set up a STI4SDG fund, like something like that, and we can start from something small. We draw, like we identify the key stakeholders, and we convene some of the meetings. And I noticed that this is a very good practice to release a gap report, like for adaptation fund. They release this adaptation gap report. They want to show the audience what's the gap between our targets. So this is very also very encouraging.
Mr. Moderator. I would like to just highlight on the funding mechanisms. I think it is very, very important. Try to highlight some of the capacity gap we have had in drafting and implementation. It's very huge, especially on the implementation of the STI. Policy needs a very huge resource. When we say resource, not only money, so technical expertise, financial, the institutional capacity, so and so on. So funding mechanisms need to be aligned with the national. That's what.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go for the second and last round of questions. Is there an online question? Yes. Who can read the online question? Okay, in the meantime, let's take the floor. Let's try to have Jana, please. And let's have these 4 or 5 last round questions. We have 10 minutes. Let's try to be quick, please.
It's my fault. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Yes, so yes, so the discussion that is really very, very important, and also in particular the words of Minister Mesang. I would like to bring just one more perspective as well that maybe was not mentioned, and I think it's really important when we speak about the funding mechanisms, and in particular the innovative funding mechanisms, no? And it's a bit related on the reality that we currently have in the world, and bringing us back a bit again on our feet and where we are currently in the world, and reminding us that, basically we have half of the wealth, the distribution of the wealth in the possessed by 1% of the population, and 85% of the wealth, world wealth, possessed by the 85% of the population, which means that when we come now here and speak about the funding for the science that is extremely important for the development for the society, we are talking about only 50% of the whole global wealth that goes to 85% of the population. And then we come to the fraction invested in science that is between 0.2, like in Ethiopia, or even less when we take some other countries, up to 2-3% when you go to European countries or US. So the question is, and the comment is, how do we change that? So when we speak about future policy strategies, how do we really implement the more equal distribution of the world health wealth? Because without thinking about that, I don't think that significantly we are going to change something, so that in the future we really have more equality in the world. That is, I mean, that word has been mentioned here several times yesterday, today, and it's really fundamental. So if we really want to bring more opportunities, equal opportunities for everyone, and do not leave anyone behind, that we were repeating constantly, we really have to think about the wealth distribution. And as I said, how to bring the government's policy decision makers into the play to actually, well, I don't know how we can change the current world that we created that is totally contradictory, but it's in the core of all the problems that we are having, So that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, Xavier,
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The issue of funding mechanism, I think the quick comment is that based on the experiences, the onus is on the national government. Why I say that? Because at the end of the day, when you are identifying national priorities for the national vision, you got your national development strategy. And if STI is priority pillars, when you identify your priority pillars, you need funding for those pillars. Political commitment, then you have, even your government, your executive government, cabinet of ministers will ask you, your STI policy has a cost implication, justified. So then you say, how are you going to fund? Start at home the fund. But at the same time, it start looking at avenues of sourcing funding for your STI agenda, because yes, the policy brings a national STI agenda. And I think this is where it starts. It's rather than why sometimes we have STI policies that do not have the funding for implementation, because we don't make those, in the process, we don't take this into consideration. So then if the national government is committed, then it starts at home. You say charity start at home. Then the other multilateral. In fact, most of UN agencies, they will sit with the national government. There's a process. All the agencies, through the ARCs, they will look at your NBS and see where they can support. And I remember recently in Seychelles, I have to really fight to get innovation into the priority. But if it's not there, you don't expect. So I think we have to, the priorities of STI has to be identified by the national government. And it all starts from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's jump the questions to the opposite side of the room. So who wants? So yes, Vanessa from ISC, please. And yes.
I'll be quick, and I think I'm following up a little bit on Professor Zhang's comment about consortia of funders. Actually, we see this happening in many different cases. We see it in space science. We see it in terms of EU funding together. And so, and it's also an option that we are trying to promote on a smaller scale for sustainability science. I think it relates also very strongly to the conversation that we had here yesterday about challenge-led or mission-led science, and how that is a great place for us to come together as funders and make our money go further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else is on this side? I'm sorry. Yes, let's go back from the back and yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Asel, representing Development Coordination Office for Africa.
regional office supporting RCs and UN cities on the ground. Maybe a few points alluding to the previous comment on RCs supporting national development plans through that coherent approach of UN country teams. Indeed, I will be having a presentation this afternoon on the centrality of the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Frameworks. So those policy frameworks that support national development plans. But again, yes, indeed, these are aligned to the national development priorities, but also informed by the common country analysis, which is another important milestone when those priorities are designed. So therefore, again, within also the whole spirit of the UN reform, it's critical to ensure for UNCTs to bring different stakeholders, including academia, research institutions, into the consultation processes. Even there are, of course, innovative approaches of getting people's voices into some of these informed policy frameworks. So I will expand more, but then again, I believe it is that partnership, a critical importance of strategic partnerships and engagement from onset, even before NDPs are designed. What are those crossing points when UNCT can support through multi-stakeholder engagements for the analysis and then inform policies, which then, of course, I think there is another important element of development cooperation. We have different donors, different players, different partners supporting, even across UN agencies, supporting different priorities across different projects. And now there is the whole shift with 6 transitions, the outcomes of the SDGs summits and the Pact of the Future, to really go to more upstream, more impactful interventions. So I think I will unlock more of this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the last intervention, please. Yes.
Just quickly respond some of the questions to me and also the comment. I think Dr. Saha mentioned about start the dialogue with multilateral development banks. Actually, we already, before this workshop, we start discussing with the joint SDG fund. Actually, there will be a person from a joint SDG fund participating. My colleague Asia also mentioned. This is actually a starting point. There's a global fund supporting implementation of SDGs under UN Secretary General. And it is different funding tracks. Currently, there's no funding tracks on STI. The closest one I heard is the funding track on this integrated policy support. That's about it. But given the recent Pact of the Future mandate and this momentum generated F54 is another one Nicola mentioned, perhaps there's a chance to create a dedicated funding tracks. And this funding tracks, how it works is, I think I just give you a trailer. My colleague this afternoon will give more details on the SDG fund. The RCs from the Asia can correct me, RCs from country office can apply the funding based on these different tracks. So one thing is, I think from this group is to advocate to ensure this will be a dedicated funding tracks. I think Professor Zhang mentioned about the possibility of the funding tracks from the climate finance perspective. So this is, I think, fundamental issues. Just give you one simple example. One of the reasons we can sit in this room for 2 days is because we have a very small amount of money allocated in the UN headquarters, giving this opportunity. But this is not, we don't know next year, actually. It's just by chance. They approve the money and we have the meeting. Otherwise, we won't have this meeting. So this is, and many global work, like I mentioned, the global advocacies, STI Forum is one. It's non-funded, completely non-funded. This one also, we don't know next year, we don't know year after, and so on. It's no program on this. So I call the colleagues mentioned to set up even a smaller scale, the trust fund, STI4SDG trust fund at a global scale, to fund this kind of activities to bring the high level political attention, I would just call this way. the top leaders, because UN has this convening power. We can directly address to the president, the prime ministers, and so on. No other organization can possibly do that, but we can do that. But we need to be empowered in that way. So I just want to pose on here, and I think also colleagues mentioned about the instruments. It's quite important. These things, we need to be creative and learn from others. And these finance instruments will align the interest. So it's not just, it's a market behavior, not just like a donations and so on. If we can align that and channeling the resources through that, that would be great. So if we can have a, not carbon credit, but STI credit, I'm just making it up, but so, and then we have a gap report on STI, so that's related to data. That is going to be funded, otherwise we can't have it, like the meeting we have today and yesterday. We won't have it because we don't have fund, and we don't know whether next year we will have it because there's no program on it, no fund on it. So that's the reality. It can be a bit more ambitious on this key technology, putting a buyout, putting the public domain, that's bigger, but we can talk this later, but at least we start something else, something small, and just rally this momentum, and otherwise it's will be another like one-off things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we need to start closing the session, so I will give the opportunity to our panelists to say 1 or 2 words to close, and then I will do the same. Anyone wants to make 2 words closing?
Declan asked my question, I forgot the answer. It should be forward-looking, just quickly.
Okay, thank you. 1 or 2 questions, words, please. Okay, thank you very much. So it's difficult for me to close in a very brief way, but I would just like to summarize that we discussed that effective international funding models for closing the SDG funding gap must be channeled through sound policy instruments that are implemented by capable institutions. So this is a message that I think is very important. We must strengthen each of these links that I mentioned, from international funding to the policy instruments to the capacities that brings everything together. And this is the only way that we can really use effectively the resources that may be available. So with this, I simply conclude the session. Thank you very much to all the panelists, discussants, and to all of you for all your interventions. We also invite you, as Declan said, to send written contributions. I hope that this session has been interesting and useful for all of you, and I invite you to give us a round of applause.